Good morning. Hope you're having a great week or weekend. It is Saturday, December 27th, 3:53 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Yep, local time here in Idaho. Let me see what town I'm near. Idaho, Cotterell. I'm off of Interstate 84, and I'm close to the 84-86 junction. I'm at a rest area on Interstate 84, westbound. Not too far into Idaho from Utah. I would say, well, yeah, decent ways. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 80 miles into Utah. I'm not sure. So I'm on my way to Seattle, Washington. I have 3 deliveries to HVAC distributors, air conditioners, in the from Seattle basically to the Canada border. And I'm here taking my 30-minute break. Bear with me while we get rolling. It's really hard for me to see to my right, make sure nobody's coming down the road, so I have to ease out of the spot, make sure I don't hit anybody coming down the road. So I was hoping I could make it to... Oh my goodness, this person just parked in the middle of the roadway. That is not a parking spot, bro. Tons of open spots, and that person just parked in the roadway at the end of the row. But yeah, I was hoping I'd be able to make it to my fuel stop in Boise and take a 30 at the fuel island with the rest of you. You filthy animals. But it became apparent that that was not possible. I was going to come up at least 20 minutes short of being able to make it there. So I decided to find a rest area to pull over at. And that's the spot where I pulled over to take my 30. Still got 174 miles to go to get to Boise. I normally try to take my 30-minute break as close to the end of my drive shift as possible. But I chose to take... Once I realized I was going to have to take the 30 before I got to my fuel stop, I decided to go ahead and take it early because I needed to use the restroom. And I was like nodding off at the wheel. Like I don't know why I was so tired. I just woke up. I haven't been getting very much sleep. You know, you have the 10-hour break, but it takes me like an hour to just get everything situated in here, you know, cover up the windows and cook food and all that stuff. So by the time I'm finished eating, it's been like an hour, hour and a half. And then I'll usually lay in bed for 30 minutes playing on my phone, you know, looking at trip plans and fuel prices and stuff like that, the load board. Do that for 30 minutes to an hour. And then I get up an hour before my 10-hour break is up so I can get ready and be ready to go as soon as my 10 hours is up. And then in the middle of the night, I'm waking up to use the restroom. So I'll be lucky if I'm getting 5 hours of sleep during a 10-hour break. So when I'm running really hard like I am right now, just running as soon as my 10 hours is up, I build up sleep debt. I just keep getting gradually more and more fatigued. Because I'm only getting like 5 hours of sleep per break. You may be thinking, well, why not just sleep some more? Take a longer break. Well, because of the way they have the hours of service set up, where they limit me to 11 hours of drive time, I'm just kind of forced to drive whenever I can. That's the way they schedule the loads. They schedule the loads around the hours of service clock, so I just kind of have to follow the hours of service clock. That's the reason I really like to get loads that have extra time on them. That way I can, like, not have to set an alarm, or I can set an alarm to where, like, don't oversleep. Don't sleep for 16 hours. But I can set an alarm to where, like, I can just sleep basically as long as I want. Wake up naturally. And I do have extra time on this load because I picked it up early. But it's still a pretty tight schedule. And the way the schedule is right now, it's like perfect. I'm going to be driving through Boise before 7 a.m. I'm going to be out of Boise by 7 a.m. before traffic picks up. And whenever I get to Seattle, I'll be getting there at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not going to have to deal with Seattle traffic. So I'm trying to stay on this schedule. Now, I did have some good driving footage earlier. Evanston, Wyoming is like notorious for having its own localized weather. I don't know what it is about that little spot, the geography of that location, but they have their own little weather systems. And the entire drive has been mostly like way in motion 4 miles. It's mostly been a lot of wet roads. Right now it's completely dry. This is basically the first part of the drive that it's been dry has been like the last few miles. Up to this point, it's been wet roads pretty much the whole drive. And in Evanston, Wyoming, it started dumping snow. It wasn't even really Evanston. It was the Evanston area, but it was snowing as I was leaving Evanston. And then it just started dumping snow, like whiteout conditions, as soon as I crossed the border into Utah. And the snow on the road got so bad that I couldn't see the lines in the road. It had just started snowing. The snow plows in Evanston were putting salt and sand all over the roads, getting ready for the snow to come into there. Just a second. I think I need to get over a lane for the way station. Or not. That sign says the right lane ends. The way in motion isn't for 2 miles. But it was, I don't know, maybe 5 miles of driving like 30 miles an hour in blizzard conditions with snow-covered road. I think I got there right after the snow started. If I would have driven through 30 minutes later, Evanston probably would have been covered in snow. All right, it's closed. So yeah, I just slowed down to like 30 and drove through that area. And then it was just wet roads. It did continue snowing. I did continue driving through snow, basically all the way to Ogden, Utah. But it wasn't sticking on the road, so it was just wet roads. And I wish I had that as my driving video. That would have been interesting to watch. But my driving videos keep getting messed up. I've been trying to do like my entire drive shift. And I think I'm going to quit trying to do that for now, because I've been running into a lot of issues trying to record my entire drive shift. The videos keep getting interrupted. One of the videos, it recorded it sideways, and I tried to turn it to correct it, rotate it. And in order for it to rotate it, it has to be able to save a new file of the exact same size as the original file. Well, I don't have enough storage space on one of the like 11, 12-hour driving videos. The video that it recorded sideways was like 11 and a half hours, 17 gigabytes. And it wasn't able to save the video to rotate it. Now, I could have copied it over to my computer and all kinds of stuff, but I don't put that much effort into it. And there's been other things that have just kept happening. Like my second drive shift that I tried to record, like 3/4 of the way through the drive shift, the phone mount fell off the window. And I kept putting it back on the window, and it wouldn't stay up for more than about 10 minutes at a time. So it's like an hour or two of me just constantly putting the phone mount back up on the window. And I just decided to delete that video. And then I recorded the drive shift today. And right when, like, I don't know what it was, but as soon as I got out of Ogden, Utah, I just started getting really fatigued and started like nodding off at the wheel. And it was like 10 minutes of me not talking, just trying to stay awake. So I just decided to delete that video. And that's the one that had the snow driving in it. We might get some more snow driving before I make it to Seattle. I'm sure that this winter we will get some driving footage of driving in the snow. I hope we don't, but we probably will. But yeah, when I was taking the 30-minute break, since I was like nodding off at the wheel, that's one of the reasons I decided to stop there and take my 30 so early, was because I was just having trouble keeping my eyes open. I was like, I'm just going to sleep during the 30-minute break. And I needed to use the restroom, so the first thing I did was I went and used the restroom, and then I got back in the truck and I wasn't tired anymore. So I was like, all right, well, maybe if I get some food in me, I'll wake up. So I ate a couple of those Swiss rolls, the chocolate and cream filled rolls, and some Pringles chips. And now I'm wide awake. Yeah, being outside, walking all the way to the restroom. It's about 100 yards from the parking spot to the restroom. And it's like 37 degrees outside, 20 to 30 mile per hour wind. And I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. Yeah, I think that's what woke me up. That was cold. That was a really cold walk. $159 miles left to go to get to Boise. Burley, next 2 exits. I'm going to top off fuel in Boise. So I just checked the fuel prices while I was on my 30-minute break. They've pretty much stayed the same, except the TA just east of Seattle went down from $2.95 to $2.91 a gallon. Laramie, where I topped off fuel last, was $2.08 a gallon. Before I got to Laramie, it was $2.07. When I got to Laramie, it had gone up to $2.10, and that's the price that I topped off at. And then as soon as I left Laramie, it went down to $2.08. Like, that's my luck. Boise is $2.31, which is roughly the same price as the cheapest places in the Dallas area. The TA just south of Portland is $2.40. And the fuel prices that I'm talking about are raw fuel prices. I only look at the raw fuel price. That's the price that's not including discounts or fuel tax. I need to explain this every time I talk about fuel prices. I apologize to the people who watch videos all the time or listen to videos all the time. You hear me explain the same stuff over and over again. But if I don't explain fuel prices, and if I don't explain that the prices you see on the load board are the full rate. I only get about 70% of that. Then I'll have people in the comments telling me that, like, I'm giving out bad information or calling me a liar or something. So what I mean by raw fuel price is, let's say the price at the pump is $4 a gallon. And you get a 6 cent per gallon discount at TA Petro, Pilot Flying J, and I think Love's only gives a 5 cent per gallon discount, but I'm not sure. But you get a 6 cent per gallon discount at TA Petro if you use cash or a fuel card. So I get a 6 cent per gallon discount for that. And then let's say I get a 94 cent per gallon discount for my regular fuel discount. So now I'm paying $3 a gallon. And then Oklahoma charges, I think, 20 cent per gallon fuel tax. So now I'm at $2.80 per gallon. That's the raw fuel price.
In half a mile, slight right to stay on I-84 west.
And when I'm talking about fuel prices, that's the only price I talk about, is the raw fuel price, because that's the only price I look at. I have no idea what pump prices are.
Slight right to stay on I-84 west.
I got somebody on the shoulder. There's nobody behind me that I can see. Plenty of room to move over. Are they moving? Looks like they're moving. Yep. They're coming onto the interstate off the shoulder. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that scared the hell out of me. Going by that truck, and there was water, pooling water in the left side of the lane. There were 2 big water puddles that I drove through. I was so scared of them, like, grabbing my tire and pulling me to the left into the wall. And because I was alongside that truck, I couldn't move over to the right. Tried to avoid them as much as I could. That's the reason I don't like somebody around me, is it takes away options. If I, run into some issue and I have people around me, it takes away options. Just a second, I need to spit. Sorry about that. I forgot to wash my window off. My mirror on my driver's side is dirty. But yeah, my fuel route, I topped off in Oklahoma City at about $2.14 a gallon. I topped off, and that got me all the way to Laramie. I topped off in Laramie at like $2.10 a gallon. And now I'm going to top off at Boise at like $2.31 a gallon. And then I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. I think I might throw 60 gallons in at the TA just east of Seattle, just to be safe. Because even though the TA just east of Seattle is ridiculously expensive at $2.91 a gallon, all the other places in the state of Washington are much more expensive. They're like $4.30, $4.50 a gallon. So I just did some basic math in my head earlier, and I think I'm going to have enough fuel to make it from Boise to Seattle and then be able to do all of my deliveries and make it down to Portland. But I'm going to need to do. Here comes that truck that just came off the shoulder that I just passed a second ago. It's now passing me. Yeah, maybe that person can't understand English. They're going 80 miles an hour, which is the car speed limit. But Idaho has a truck speed limit of 70. I have my cruise set at 65, and that person was going 80. Trying to remember what I was talking about. Oh, the fuel. Yeah. So I need to look at the exact distances because I was just guesstimating the distances. So I need to look at the exact distances at the end of this drive shift to decide if I'm going to get fuel at the TA east of Seattle, and if I am going to get fuel, how much. And I also need to make a decision what I'm going to do after I finish the deliveries on Monday. Am I going to hang out in Burlington, Washington, or wherever it is? Um, it's up really close to the Canada border. Am I just going to hang out there and wait for a load? Or maybe just hang out there for a day or two and see if there's a load? Or am I going to drive straight to Portland? Most likely my next load is going to be one of those window loads that's south of Portland. It's going to be a really big deadhead. I think it's going to be like 350 to 400 miles to drive all the way to the south side of Portland from my last delivery location, which is up by the Canada border. So yeah, got a bunch of decisions to make before the next drive shift. Oh, the truck behind me finally turned off their brights. Yay! Is that a fire truck? No, it looks like a garbage truck. "4:23 a.m., 145 miles away from the Petro or TA, whatever it is, in Boise." Because I had to take that 30, it was looking like I was going to get there at like 6 a.m. Now, I'm going to get there at like 6:30. Let's see, 144, that'd be 2 hours and 24 minutes. So that'd be like 6:48 a.m. I'll be getting there at almost 7 a.m. Oh my goodness. It's Saturday morning, so traffic probably won't be too bad. But 7 to 8 a.m. is peak morning rush hour. Like morning rush hour really kicks off at about 15 minutes after 7. That's usually when it becomes a parking lot, is about 15-20 minutes after 7. And that is when I'm going to be driving. I'm going to be driving through. It's not just Boise. I can't remember all of the towns. Boise, and I think it's Caldwell. There's like 2 or maybe 3 different cities that are all just bunched together in Boise. It ends up being like 30 or 40 miles of city that you're driving through. It's basically all the way to the Oregon border. So let's talk about the load. In case you haven't been following along, it is a load of air conditioners, HVAC stuff. Some of them might be heaters. It's Rheem Rude brand HVAC stuff. Load paid a total of like $7,200 on the full rate. That's what the customer is paying for the load. After all the percentage cuts, what I actually get is around $5,200 gross to the truck. It's around 2,200 miles. It has 3 total deliveries on it. One in Tacoma, one in, I can't remember the name of the town, and one in another, I can't remember the name of the town. So Tacoma or Fife, I don't know which town it's in. On the freight bill, it says the address is in Tacoma, Washington. When I search the address on Google, it says that address is in Fife, Washington. So I don't know if it's in Tacoma or Fife, but it's the south side of Seattle. The next delivery is like 120 miles north of Seattle, and then the last delivery is like 30 miles north of that delivery. I want to say one of the deliveries is in Ferndale, Washington, and then Bellingham, Washington, or something like that. So when I initially booked the load, it was supposed to be a 22,000 pound load. The paperwork they sent me in the email a couple of minutes after I booked the load said that it was a 13,500 pound load. When I picked the trailer up, it was almost empty. So I thought they gave me the wrong load. So when I was checking out with security, I said, my paperwork says that there's supposed to be 60 items at 13,500 pounds. There's not 60 items in that trailer. Did we get the wrong load? What does your paperwork say about it? And he said that his paperwork showed that it was 21 items at 3,000 pounds. And he said that the pickup number and all the delivery addresses and everything match what I gave him. So it was the right load, and I said, well, I guess they canceled a bunch of stuff off the load after they booked it. They said, yeah, that's probably what happened. So I'm basically running empty, which is good and bad. It's good for fuel mileage. It's good for average speed, so I'm making good time. But it's really bad for driving on slick surfaces. You want to be as heavy as possible whenever you're driving on slick roads, because these tires have like no traction to them. Almost all of your traction on the tires is simply from weight. Also, this truck is designed to move really heavy weight. So the brakes are designed for heavy weight. The torque on the truck, the power, is designed for heavy weight. So whenever you're empty, the truck becomes really jerky. And that is the opposite of what you want on slick surfaces. You don't want any kind of jerky movement on slick surfaces. You want smooth movement. Jerky movement will cause you to break traction. And when you're empty, the brakes are so powerful that it will overbrake, and it can cause the tires to lock up easily. And that can cause you to break traction. And then accelerating, you have so much torque that just barely pressing the throttle can get the tires to spin on slick surfaces, which causes you to break traction. So, yeah, it's really dangerous to be hauling empty on slick roads. But that's the load we have. And everything went really good at the shipper. I was worried about a bunch of stuff. I was worried that the trailer I was going to pick up was going to have issues. I was going to have to put it into the shop after I just spent a month in the shop on the last trailer. And there were no issues with the trailer. It just had a DOT inspection done on November 17th. Didn't find any problems with the trailer. There is one tire that I want to get checked out at some point. I haven't put a tire gauge on it, but it seems like it's low air pressure. And this has the auto air system, and it doesn't seem to be airing that tire up. So I don't think the auto air system is working properly, and that tire seems a bit low, but it's staying consistently at the same pressure. So maybe it just needs to be aired up. Maybe it's just an issue with the auto air system not working. So how can I tell if the tire's low air pressure if I'm not using an air gauge? Well, if you check the tires enough, you know what they're supposed to feel like. So one of the things that you should not be able to do with a tire that's full air pressure, you should not be able to wiggle it around on the rim. A tire has to be pretty low air pressure for you to be able to put your hand on it and rock it back and forth, and it'll move back and forth on the rim. And you shouldn't be able to press your thumb into the sidewall on a tire that's fully inflated. This thing it's low enough air pressure that I can wiggle it around on the rim and I can press my thumb into the sidewall. I'm guessing it has about 60 to 70 pounds of air in it, and it should have 100. The auto air system can't air tires up higher than 100 psi, so that's what the auto air system does, is 100 psi. But yeah, in order for me to check the tire pressure, I'd have to disconnect the auto air system, and I don't want to mess with all that crap. I'll probably just end up putting it in the shop or just leaving it for the next driver. That's what everybody does to me. It's a minor issue, and I might just leave it for the next driver because I am really tired of spending my time unpaid in the shop. It's costing me a lot of money putting all these trailers in the shop. But the security guard, he was the only person there. There was nobody in the warehouse, and he was the only person there. There were no truck drivers, nobody in the warehouse, no other security people. He and I were the only two people there the entire time I was there. Nobody else showed up. And he was awesome, good at his job, fast, got me in and out of there real quick, real easy. No issues, no drama. And I didn't have to do the trailer shuffle. I've had issues with getting there, and they tell me that they don't have any empty spots for me to park my empty trailer in. So they tell me I have to put my empty in the spot that I pull the loaded out of, which means you have to do the trailer shuffle, which is a lot of work, and it's time consuming because you have to do multiple drops. You have to drop your empty in the road, hook up to the loaded, pull it out, hook back up to your empty, park it, then hook back up to your loaded. You have to do two drop and hooks instead of the one. Actually, it's more than that. It's like doing 3 drop and hooks. second here. There's some four-wheeler behind me with their brights on. And we have these really big mirrors. So when I've got somebody behind me with their brights on, I have to hold my hand over the mirror and squint my eyes because it's just blinding. All right, they're passing me now. There they go. Oh, now the next car also has their brights on. Awesome. Well, the car behind them doesn't have their brights on. At least we got that going for us. I'm trying to ride the left side of the lane to block their lights. But every time I move over to the left, they move over to the left. Now they're going out for the pass. There they go. Why did they flash their lights at me? Did they think I was waving at them, blocking the mirror? I don't know. People are dumb. But yeah, it's been a really awesome drive. There's been two issues that I can recall. One was where 287 intersects with I-40, like 1 or 2 miles before that intersection. The road was shut down. For what reason, I don't know. There were a ton of law enforcement completely blocking the road in both directions, diverting traffic down to some farm to market road cutting across I-40. Yeah, there were cops. Excuse me, my throat just got really dry. There were cops all over the place blocking roads, keeping people from getting onto that section of 287. The exit off of I-40 had like 5 or 6 cops blocking that exit. They had cones out there blocking the road. I have no idea what was going on to get them to shut the road down like that in both directions. I mean, it's a divided highway. So you'd think if there's an accident, it would only block one side of the road, because it's a divided highway like an interstate. So maybe a power line fell down across the entire road or something like that. Who knows? And the only other issue I can recall was Evanston, Wyoming, snowing. I think I already talked about that. But it was snowing a little bit in Evanston. But as soon as I crossed the border into Utah, it just started dumping, like whiteout conditions. You could barely see. And it very quickly started accumulating on the roadway, and it got to where you couldn't see the lines on the road. But it only lasted a few miles, like 5 miles at most. And then it stopped sticking on the road, but it was still snowing. I dealt with snow and wet roads all the way until like Ogden, Utah. But it wasn't like whiteout condition snow. The snow was, it was light snow. And it was pretty windy driving across Wyoming. Wyoming was shut down. I-80 across the entire state was shut down to campers under 20,000 pounds because of high winds. Still pretty windy even over here in Idaho. Use caution, road work ahead. I'm going to top off fuel in Boise and then a couple hours of driving into Oregon. And just north of Baker City, there's a rest area I'm planning on stopping at. And that's where I'm going to take my 10-hour break. I might actually take longer than a 10-hour break. Because right now, I should be arriving. Well, let's figure it out real quick. So I should be leaving Boise at about 7 a.m. What's the see what the total mileage is? 259 and 121.
You would avoid road closures on I-84 West. You're on the fastest route. You can reach
79
by 6:26 a.m.
and 59 be 138, right? So I've only got 138 miles to drive after the fuel stop. Shoshone Wells, Nevada, next right. So that's 2 hours and 18 minutes approximately. So that'll be like 9:18 a.m. We'll say 9:30. I should be shutting down by about 9:30 a.m. 10 hours from then. Interstate Oasis next right would be 7:30 p.m. And I'll be 400 miles away from my first delivery. Which is about 7 hours. So 7:30, that'd be 2:30 a.m., right? Yeah. I should be arriving at about 2:30 a.m. Sunday morning. So I could arrive as late as like 5 a.m. and it should be perfectly fine on traffic on a Sunday morning. Maybe even 6 a.m. So what I could do on the next break with, my sleep debt, I'm starting to get fatigued while driving. Whenever I go to sleep, I could set my alarm for like 2 hours later than normal. And if I happen to wake up early, then I'll just go ahead and drive early. But if I am able to sleep the extra 2 hours, then instead of getting there at 2:30 in the morning, I'll get there at 4:30 in the morning. And I plan on just setting at the receiver until the delivery Monday morning at 7 a.m. because there's like nowhere to park in the Seattle area. All right, my speedometer matches up. It says I'm going 65, and that's what my gauge says. Yeah, there's very little parking in the Seattle area. The TA just east of Seattle has gone almost all paid parking. The Loves in Tacoma is a nightmare to get in and out of. Good luck finding a parking spot there. You might get lucky and run into somebody pulling out of a parking spot, but that place is pretty much full 24 hours a day. And what people will do is they'll just park in the middle of the road waiting for somebody to pull out of a spot. And last time I was there, one of the mechanics was out there running people out of the road, making them leave, wouldn't let them sit there waiting on somebody to pull out of a spot. Your speed is 0. Well, that's not good. Oh, now my speed's 65, 64. Oh, now the speed limit just dropped from 70 down to 65.
In half a mile, merge on the I-84 west.
Yeah, I've got my load alert set up, but it's the holidays, so I haven't gotten a single alert. Maybe, hopefully, some loads will be posted on Monday. I'm fairly certain that my next load is going to be one of those window loads that suck. Like, I don't look forward to doing another one of those loads. The last one, the only one I've ever done, was like 40 deliveries. And most of the deliveries weren't too much of an issue, but I was only supposed to basically count the stuff coming off. The receivers were supposed to unload the stuff, and I was just supposed to basically make sure that they got the correct stuff. That's not what happened. I ended up unloading almost every window by myself. The big 200-pound windows, I had to ask them to come in and help me with them. There were some places where the Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards people helped me, or they unloaded it all on their own. I don't think there was anyone that unloaded it on their own. I think there were just places that helped me. And one of the most helpful places that I delivered ended up screwing me over the most because they were going in there and grabbing stuff out faster than I could check it. And I told them to double check it and make sure it had their address on it and their store number, and they didn't. And they ended up taking windows that didn't belong to them, and it caused issues with a couple of my other deliveries. And they ended up not getting all of their windows. I had some spare windows in the trailer from them. I've got one of them sitting in my house right now, in my garage. But yeah, that load sucked, but those are about the only consistently decent paying loads coming out of the Seattle-Portland area. The only other loads that, well, there are some cabinet loads way in southern Oregon down by the California border. I think it's Grants Pass, Oregon. There's a bunch of cabinet loads always coming out of there. I think they pay decent. But that's a long ways away from Portland. That's like a couple 100 miles south of Portland. And I'm already going to be driving like 400 miles to get to Portland. The window loads are probably easier than the cabinet loads. And the window loads pay better. But the only other consistent loads coming out of that area that I know of that pay decent are the Google loads, JQL, that come out of Gresham, Oregon, and the Dalles or Dales or however they pronounce it, which is like 100 miles east of Portland. But those loads are terrible paying loads. They're not profitable loads. Like what they'll do is they'll try to move those loads at like $2 a mile. And if it sets for like an hour, they'll increase the price. And they just keep increasing the price until it hits the maximum. and the maximum is still really cheap at like $2.40 a mile or something like that. So those loads are a lot easier, but you don't really make much of any money on them. Like the last one that I hauled out of there was from like the Dalles, Oregon to Atlanta, Georgia. I forget the mileage on it. It was a really big mileage run. I want to say it was like 2,500 or more miles, 2,700 miles or something. Might have been, I can't remember. Let's say it was 2,500 miles. I didn't make much money on it. I made like company driver money on it because it cost so much money in fuel because it was such a big mileage run. I want to say the load only paid like $5,000 on the full rate. I got like $3,000 out of that. Maybe like 3,300. And then like $2,000 of that went to fuel. Maybe not $2,000. 2,500 miles at $7 a mile. That's let's say 400 gallons of fuel at about $3 a gallon. It cost me like $1,200 in fuel. So the load paid like, around $3,200. It was like $1,200 in fuel. So just after fuel, the load paid like $2,000. Like a week-long load that paid like $2,000 gross to the truck. And I still had other expenses besides fuel that come out. Fuel is not my only business expense. Now me, I'm lucky that I don't have my expenses are not very high. My insurance is cheap. I don't have a truck payment. All of my, I do my own bookkeeping, my own taxes. So I don't have a lot of expenses that, like, normally most owner operators have somewhere between $1,000 and $1,500 a week in like fixed expenses, truck payment, insurance, ELD subscriptions, bookkeeping services, tax services, all that stuff. $1,000 to $1,500 a week in fixed costs is normal. So if I had normal expenses of like $1,000 a week, then I would have only made like $1,000 out of that load. That's low-end company driver money. High-end company driver money is like $2,500 a week. So it was like, with my expenses, it was middle of the road company driver money for that Google load. Whereas the window load, as much of a pain in the ass as that load was, it took me 9 days, I believe, so a little over a week. And I made $8,200 gross to the truck. It was 3,400 total miles. So the fuel cost was higher. That would have been about 500 gallons of fuel at 7 miles per gallon. So that would have been about $1,500 in fuel instead of the $1,200 on the other load. So take 1,500 out of the 8,200. A second here, I'm watching the truck coming up on me. It's about to pass me. 15 out of 8,200. That is 6,700, right? And then if I had 1,000, I had normal weekly expenses, that would have been 5,700. 5,700 for a little over a week instead of $1,000. So with the Google load, with normal expenses of $1,000 a week, fixed costs, I would have made $1,000 on that load. And on the window load, $5,700. But I would have worked 2 extra days for it. I could break that down into a daily rate and subtract out the daily. So 5,700 divided by 7 is roughly 8, right? 7 times 8 is 56. So that's $800 a day. So that would be $4,200 approximately on a 7-day week. So $4,200 versus $1,000. That should put it into some kind of perspective about how bad those Google loads are versus the window loads. And the window loads are a pain in the ass. They are hard work. Like they suck. They don't pay very well. And that puts you into some kind of perspective about how bad those Google loads are. That are only paying like $240 a mile. Well, how much would that be at 2,700 miles, $5,000? Well, they're paying $240 a mile on the full rate. 70% of that would be like $1.65, roughly. So $1.65 of 2,700. That would be. Sorry, I'm watching the cars pass me. So that'd be 2,700 plus 65 out of 27. That'd be 1,300. I don't know. That'd be about 500. Be about 1,800 plus 2,700. Be about $4,000. $4,500. Yeah, so about $4,500 is what those loads were paying gross to the truck. No, is that right? Gross to the truck? Or did I calculate out the full rate? No, they were paying like $4,500 gross to the truck. So I was off by $1,300. They weren't paying $3,200 gross to the truck. They were paying $4,500 gross to the truck. So it was $1,300. So instead of it paying $1,000 after all expenses, it was paying $2,300 after all expenses, compared to $4,200. So it's not as big of a gap as I thought it was, but it's still a significant gap. The window load pays almost twice as much. Sorry, I'm doing all this from memory while I'm driving, so. And I don't math well in my head. But yeah, I'm most likely going to end up taking another one of those window loads. But sitting here, thinking about all this, look at all these prices, it's possible for me to make more money than a good company driver, but it's not easy. It's very difficult, and it's almost impossible for me to do it consistently. I don't ever want to be an employee ever again, but I'm tempted. I'm tempted to give it a try, like to go apply for like some of the top company driver jobs, like UPS. Walmart is not a top company driver job. Walmart is a really shitty company driver job. Walmart is a top company driver job for if you're comparing it against over-the-road jobs. Whenever you're looking at all of the truck driver jobs, including local and line haul, Walmart is a crappy job. Walmart is only a good job whenever you compare it against over-the-road companies like CR England and Western Express and Prime Incorporated and places like that. Then Walmart looks really good. But if you compare Walmart against like the LTLs, Walmart is not a good job. I'm pretty sure I could easily get on at Walmart, but that's not. I wouldn't stop becoming an owner operator to work at Walmart. All right, let's roll with our brights on. I don't know if they couldn't see me or if they thought that I had my brights on. They just like turned their bright ass LEDs on, and I waited a few seconds. I'm like, you gonna turn those things back off? Like, all right, well, we'll just roll with our brights on. But I've thought about doing it. The thing that sucks about those company driver jobs is you hear about all of these people bragging about how much money they make as a company driver. Well, you hear people bragging, owner operators bragging as well. And usually all these people that are bragging about how much money they make, it's either complete bullshit. Like you'll have owner operators that will brag about making like $10,000 in a week. And what it actually is, it's 2 weeks worth of loads in one single paycheck, in one single settlement. Or it's some like 1 in a million week that they had where they had like 2 amazing loads. It's not consistent. You have a lot of people that do that. They mislead you or exaggerate or just flat out lie about how much money they make. And then you have people that are in situations that are abnormal, bragging about how much money they make and making it sound like, you should come over here because I'm making this kind of money and you can make this kind of money over here. Like you'll hear people bragging about making like $150,000, $200,000 a year at UPS as a driver. You're like, oh well, I want to go work at UPS. I want to be a driver at UPS. And then you find out that the people at UPS that are making $150,000 to $200,000 a year are at the top of the seniority list. They've been with the company for 30 years, and they have these feeder positions that are like ultra hard to get, super competitive. and you have to be with the company for 20 plus years to get those jobs. And the same with the LTL companies. You have people that are bragging about making like $2,500 a week. You know, they're making $100,000 a year, $150,000 a year with an LTL, and then you find out that they're not making that. Oh, it's just started 42 degrees. It just started raining really hard. I think it's too warm for it to be snow, but like it could be pretty warm at ground level and still be snowing. The snow just won't stick because of how warm it is at ground level. But I'm not sure if this is rain or wet snow, but it shouldn't be sticking or anything. My temperature gauge says it's 41 outside. But yeah, you'll have LTL drivers bragging about how much money they make, and it's either not consistent or they're really high on the seniority list, and they have like one of the most amazing runs that's really hard to get. You have to be with the company for like 10 plus years to get it. Maybe only one driver at the terminal can get that run. Or they are at some terminal that has staffing issues and they're a brand new driver that has an amazing run because, you know, they just happen to work somewhere that it's not very competitive. Like, they're just looking for warm bodies, and everybody gets awesome runs. So for like the average person to go get a company driver job in trucking, I doubt the average person is out there making $2,000 a week. But all of the people bragging about how much money they make on social media makes it sound like every truck driver is making like $2,000+ a week. But I've been tempted to look into it. If I could get like some really awesome job where I'm making like $2,500 a week, and you know, it's not a pain in the ass job. Basically UPS. I was thinking about maybe I might try applying at UPS. But UPS is really weird to get on with. For a long time, they didn't hire people directly as drivers. You had to like promote from within, and they trained their own people to become drivers. So to become like a UPS driver, you would have to start out doing like seasonal part-time and then get a full-time position as a package handler, and then eventually make it up to being like a delivery driver in a box truck, and then you can apply for their driver program and go through their training to become a truck driver. Like, it was a pain in the ass to become a driver with UPS, a truck driver with UPS. And eventually they opened it up to where they were hiring drivers directly, but whenever they first started hiring drivers directly, I remember looking at applying to UPS back in the early 2000s, and I'm pretty sure that they required 5 years experience minimum. And I never met that requirement back then because in the early 2000s, I only drove for like 3 or 4 years. So I never applied to UPS. And there were a few companies that required like 5 years experience back then. Now, I've never heard of anyone requiring 5 years of experience. These days, it's strange, it's odd, it's abnormal for companies to require 2 years of experience. Like, that's a lot of experience for anybody to require. Now, like, the really picky companies generally require like 1 year of experience. 1 year is the normal, like, max experience requirement these days. But it is constantly changing, and with how tight the freight market is, some companies might have gone back up to like 2 years or more experience requirements. I haven't checked lately. The last time I checked was like 3 or 4 years ago, and I want to say, no, it's closer to 5 years ago, and I want to say UPS was requiring like 2 years back then. During the freight boom, most companies dropped down to 1 year or less requirements. I heard of LTLs that normally require like 1 year of experience. We're hiring people with like 3 months experience during the freight boom. And now you see people whining and crying about not being able to get a local job. They got into trucking because they were told that you just needed to do over the road for 3 months and then you could get a local job, and they didn't want to do over the road, but since it was only going to be for 3 months, they just went ahead and did it, and they did their 3 months over the road, quit, and now they're trying to get a local job and nobody will hire them. Everybody's telling them they want a year of experience. Things are constantly changing. Yes, you could get LTL jobs with 3 months of experience during the freight boom, but I don't think you can get LTL jobs with 3 months of experience anymore. But yeah, I'm tempted to throw an application in at like UPS and just see what they offer. Because if I can get a consistent 2,500 a week, just like some dedicated job, and UPS pays hourly on most of their stuff. So they don't really overwork their drivers. They're not like the LTL that I worked for 20 years ago, Conway Western Express, which is now XPO Logistics. Conway, they ran you up against your 14-hour clock every day. They would fight you on like how much they paid you every day. Like you were supposed to be paid hourly anytime you were not driving. So if you were chaining the truck, you got paid hourly. If you were waiting on another driver to show up on a meetup, you were supposed to be paid hourly. If you were out hooking up your trailer or unhooking your trailers, hourly. But they would fight with you on the hourly pay. They would tell you not to log stuff. 80 miles to Boise. Is this the rest area that I stop at all the time? I thought it was closer than this. Let me take a peek at it as we drive by and see if it's the one. I've actually repaired an airline at the rest area before Boise that I stop at most of the time. Rest area next right. Is that the one? No, that's not it. Not the correct configuration. So there's one closer to Boise. But yeah, I'm tempted. If I could get on with like a really good LTL company where there was no touch freight, like that was another problem with Conway, is that Conway only hired drivers. They didn't hire local drivers. They didn't hire line haul drivers. They didn't hire yard dogs. They didn't hire dock workers. The only thing they hired was drivers. And you did whatever in the hell they wanted you to do. If they wanted you to be a yard dog that day, you were a yard dog. If they wanted you to do line haul, you did that. If they wanted you to do dock work, if they wanted you to do local pickup and delivery, whatever in the world they wanted you to do that day. And sometimes they'd call you in to do local pickup and delivery, and then you'd end up doing a line haul run. You know, you'd think you were going home at the end of the day, and they'd be like, no, we want you to go do this line haul run to Sacramento. And you're like, I don't have enough time on my clock to do a line haul run to Sacramento. And they're like, yeah, you're not going to work the dock in Sacramento. You're just going to go down there and turn and burn. And you should have enough time to do that. They would run you up to the last second of your clock. And we were on paper logs back then, so they just expected you to lie on your logs. Yeah, I hated doing all the dock work because the normal, like what you would do in a normal day is like the worst, like what the bottom people did, the least senior people did for like your first 1 to 2 years, you would do the Sacramento line haul run. It was the worst job there. You drive to Sacramento, work the dock for 8 hours, and then drive back. And it was a 14-hour day every day. And if at the end of the week you had any leftover time, you had anything left on your 70-hour clock, then there was a high probability you'd get called in on the weekend. We were closed on the weekend, but everybody had keys to the property. So if you got called in on the weekend, you'd show up to the property, be the only one there. You'd have to open up the gate, unlock the gate, and go in and load your own trailer by yourself. And then lock everything up when you left, and then go do your delivery, and then come back and park everything, put it all away, and lock it all up. It sucked. So if you got lucky and, oh man, I only worked 60 hours this week, then, and you thought you were going to have you had an easy week, you only worked 60 hours, and you're going to have a nice weekend off. Nope, you get woken up Saturday morning, phone call, hey, we need you to go do a delivery. Paperwork sitting in the office. I hated that job so much. It's one of the worst jobs I've ever had. But if I could get on with a line haul company that was, the drivers did not touch freight, it was just driving, only driving, and it wasn't a shady company that expected you to lie on your logs and would try to screw you out of paid time, and I could consistently make $2,000+ a week on working. I don't want working 70 hours a week to make $2,000 a week. No, that's not worth it. That's another thing about people bragging about how much money they make in trucking. If you're working 70 hours a week to make $2,000 a week, you need to cut that in half. You're making like $1,000 a week, but you're working 2 jobs that pay $1,000 a week. That's something that is very misleading to people getting into the trucking industry, is that these recruiters advertise that, oh yeah, the average driver makes $54,000 a year. And these are people making like $25,000 a year. And they're like, wow, $54,000 a year. I could do really well making $54,000 a year. And they're like, oh yeah, all of our drivers make $54,000 a year. Well, what these people fail to like get across, what they fail to understand, what they are ignorant, what they're oblivious of, is that the average truck driver works 70 hours a week. If they just got a second job, they could make $54,000 a year. Because that's basically what it is, working 70 hours a week. And realistically, most truck drivers log around 70 hours a week, but we work more than that. We work closer to like 80 or 90 hours a week. Like even me, I do trip planning and all kinds of stuff off the clock. I only log my pre-trips, post-trips, and driving. If I'm doing anything other than that, I log it as off-duty or sleeper berth. So there's a lot of like work-related stuff that I do off the clock, and that's just normal in trucking, to do work-related stuff off the clock. If I logged all of the actual work that I did on the ELD, I wouldn't make any money, because I don't get paid for all that stuff that I do off the clock. I try to only log the stuff that I get paid for on the clock. Like when I'm in the shop, I should technically be on duty when I'm in the shop dealing with shop people. I log sleeper berth when I'm doing all that stuff. So yeah, it's probably more than 2 jobs that we're working. But if I could get a company job where I wasn't working 70 hours a week, 60 hours, I'd be willing to work 60 hours a week. And if I was working 60 hours a week and making a minimum of $2,000 a week, no touch freight, and it wasn't a pain in the ass job, I would consider quitting being an owner operator to do that. Just for the consistency. The earning potential is much higher as an owner operator. Like right now, if I were to bust my ass, I could probably fairly easily make like $5,000 gross to the truck per week. I don't know about easily. Let's say $4,000 gross to the truck per week. That would be fairly easy. And that basically, after all expenses, would probably come down to like $2,500 profit per week, which is about the same as like high-end company driver money. So in this down freight market, what I could consistently do week over week as an average, if I got out there and busted my ass, is I could make high-end company driver money. Now, when this freight market turns around and we go into like a normal or a good freight market, then you can make a lot more than a company driver. But that's not the way I currently run. I sit around waiting for really good loads to maximize profits. I don't like the idea of putting miles on the truck for little money. I don't want to be running 3,000 miles a week for $4,000 gross to the truck. A lot of people do that. What I generally do is, like this load right here is 2,200 miles, and it's $5,200 gross to the truck. That's not normal. That's way above average. So I try to keep my, earning what I earn per mile, my gross per mile. I try to keep it really high. But I am tempted to just look into like what company jobs are out there, because top end company driver jobs are probably as good, if not better, than being an owner operator. I would be willing to bet money that 90% of owner operators would give up being an owner operator if you offered them a dedicated company driver job with making $2,500 a week. I would bet that 90% of owner operators would quit being an owner operator. Just a second here, I've got a pack of trucks behind me. think there's like 3 trucks. I can only see 2 of them right now. What in the hell is this guy doing? Went out to start to pass me and then dipped in behind me. I've got my cruise set at 65. Now they're going out for the pass again. Maybe there were only 2 trucks. Oh my goodness. Amazon trailer and a truck that did not have any markings on it. I didn't see a DOT number or a company name or anything on it. Maybe they had it duct taped to the side and it blew off in the wind. But that's what you typically see hauling these Amazon trailers, are small no-name companies that have like their information duct taped to the side of the truck. They are the scariest trucks on the road. I'd rather have a Swift or a CR England or a CRST parked next to me than somebody hauling an Amazon trailer. .5:41 a.m. and I am 61 miles away from the TA Petro in Boise. But yeah, I don't know what company driver jobs I would be willing to take. I'm not sure which ones would lure me away from being an owner operator. And honestly, I don't even know if I want to do that, because I have 2 like things I've been thinking that I want to do in my life. One is to buy like a cheap sailboat. I want to use the term yacht, but whenever you say yacht, they think of some rich person in a big boat. I would like to get like a $20,000-$30,000 yacht, like a 34-foot sailboat, and live in it off the Florida Keys. Not like in a marina anchored, you know, You have a lot of people that live full time in a boat. Most people that live full time in a boat are in a marina slip. Like they pay monthly in a marina slip and they never move the boat. The boat is just like permanently parked in the marina, and they have electric and water and sewage hookups to the boat. It's basically a house. They don't actually move the boat. And then you have what are referred to as anchor outs, which are people that do the exact same thing, except instead of a marina slip, they just anchor in the marina permanently. They never move their boat. A lot of them, their boats are not seaworthy. Like they're not capable, like they don't have sails, they don't have an engine or a functional engine or functional sails. They're just permanently anchored in the marina. They don't have electric hookups or water hookups and all that stuff like the people who are paying the marina slips. Why is this asshole bright lighting us? He's driving around with the damn brights on. Jackass. But both of those people are looked down upon in like the boating community. People don't like people living full time in their boat in the marina, and they don't like people permanently anchoring in the marina living in their boats. A lot of places have actually started creating laws to make it illegal to live in your boat at the marina, either in a slip or parked in the bay or in the marina, anchored in the marina. But I don't have a problem with people who do that. It kind of pisses me off that they're trying to get rid of people doing that and stop people from doing that. Especially the people that are paying for a marina slip. Like, why do you have an issue with that? What's the problem? They're paying for that parking spot. Now, the people that are just anchored out in the marina in some derelict boat, basically homeless people living on a boat that's not seaworthy, I do have a little bit of a problem with that. But, we won't get into that debate. That's not what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to, I don't like being around people. I want to go out and just go out into the Florida Keys, into an area where there's nobody at, and anchor and just sit and live there. And if I get bored of that spot or people start showing up, then I'll move and go somewhere else. And then whenever I need to go restock, stuff, then I'll go to some port somewhere and go to a grocery store and restock. And then go back out. That sounds amazing to me. That's one of my dreams that I would like to do, is just liquidate everything I have, sell my truck, sell my car, sell my house, buy a $20,000, $30,000 34-foot sailboat and go live off the Florida Keys. That sounds amazing. I also have a dream of liquidating everything and going and moving out into the wilderness of Alaska. So there's several things I'm thinking about. Just a second here. There's some truck in the middle lane trying to pass me, but it looks like they ran out of ran out of steam, and now I'm pulling away from them. I'm doing 57 up this hill, and that's in economy mode. If I would have flipped it over into power mode, I could have climbed the hill at 65. "42 degrees outside. Gusty winds area. It's raining pretty good. I don't know if you saw that in the camera, but that was a big tumbleweed. All right, right lane's about to end. That truck that was trying to pass me is about a quarter mile behind me. But if I get some company driver job, that's going to kind of like make me stuck. I don't know if I want to get stuck. And I don't really want to become an employee ever again. It's just the freight market sucks, and it's really difficult to make consistent money out here. Just the consistency of a company driver job sounds really appealing right now. I could start up an entirely new career. What in the hell would I want to do? Being like an investigator for the police department. Well, maybe not the police department, but like an FBI investigator. That sounds like a fun job. To be able to, I love solving puzzles. Not necessarily puzzles, but I like figuring things out. I don't really like puzzles, but like I like figuring things out. I don't know how to explain that. I really don't like puzzles. And you would think that solving problems and solving puzzles are the same thing, but they're not. Like, if somebody hands me a puzzle to solve, like, I just have no interest in puzzles. But if somebody tells me that, they can't figure out how to do something, I'd love to try to, solve that. Just give me all the information you've got and let me see if I can figure it out for you. Like my old job, I worked in IT, and that was... A lot of IT jobs are not problem solving. You're just like a transactional person. It's like, I have an error code on my hard drive. Okay, let me send you another hard drive. I need to get logs. You have a process that you follow, and, It's just process and procedure, following, almost like following a script. So what I tried to do while I was in IT was to always get into positions where the job was so difficult they couldn't script it, and I got to actually solve problems. I got to figure things out. I enjoyed that. But for me to become like an FBI investigator, I would have to go get a 4-year degree, and that's just a pain in the butt I don't really want to mess with. Even to become like an investigator for a police department, you'd probably need to get a 4-year degree. You can become like a regular patrol cop without one. But I don't think I would want to become a cop. I've thought about it in the past, and it's just a really crappy job. Doesn't pay very well, and it's just tremendous amounts of drama. As a security guard, I dealt with a tiny little piece of what law enforcement deals with, and I couldn't stand that amount of drama. Like, you're dealing with a section of society that a lot of people don't even know exists. What is going on up here? See lots of flashing lights. I think they are on the off-ramp. I've got some truck tailgating the shit out of me. They're leaning out like they want to pass. There they go. They just turned their signal on. Now they're flying by me. Why didn't they pass me before? Why did they wait? Like, what were they waiting on if they're going that fast? Like, they were just sitting behind me, just riding my ass, and then they just dipped out and floored it and took off flying by me doing like 75, 80 miles an hour. One 101 miles to Ontario, 44 to Boise. Ontario is right on the Oregon border. Basically 100 miles from Oregon. See if we can get a mile marker. .98, so 98 miles from the Oregon border. if the Venezuela situation changes, if we are successful in overthrowing the government and we install some puppet government, in Venezuela, and the oil starts flowing, that will cause oil prices to drop dramatically. And petroleum is the lifeblood of our civilization. All of our technology is based on petroleum. You can't have solar panels or wind turbines or any of this supposedly green energy, which it's not green, it's not environmentally friendly. That stuff is terrible for the environment, but you can't have any of that green crap without petroleum. So our economy is linked with petroleum. Almost everything we do as a civilization is linked with petroleum. If for some reason, somehow, all petroleum production stopped instantly, just everything, all petroleum production stopped right now, it would be an extinction level event. We might go extinct as a species. That's how linked with our civilization petroleum is. So whenever you have really expensive petroleum, it causes our civilization to slow down. Our production slows down, our economy slows down, everything becomes harder, everything becomes more expensive. When we have plenty of petroleum, everything gets cheaper, easier, production increases. So right now, Venezuela is like the number one oil country in the world. But they're basically shut down because I don't understand the geopolitics between us and Venezuela. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know the backstory on that. I don't know what in the hell is going on. But we don't, the United States government doesn't like Venezuela for reasons I don't know. And we have basically sieged that country. We've blockaded their ports, and we're not allowing oil to come out. If we are successful in regime change, and then all of a sudden all that oil starts flowing that has not been flowing for a long time, it's almost completely stopped right now, whereas prior to a couple weeks ago, it was extremely limited export of oil because of our sanctions. But now we're trying to completely block all of their oil exports. If that changes, we could see another freight boom. If all of a sudden the floodgates of Venezuelan oil open up, we could see another freight boom. we could see another economic boom. Our last economic boom that we had that, caused our freight boom, a lot of people don't understand it. Like, you still have people that are like, you'll hear them say ridiculous stuff as to why the freight market was so good for a couple of years. So, why was the freight market so good for a couple of years? Well, let's reflect back on that time period. What were some key things during that time period? Number one, companies were begging for employees. It was really, really hard to find employees. It was extremely easy to find a job. Number two, you couldn't find a used car. Used cars sold out like crazy. Let's see what this flashing light is. Better not be chains or some crap like that. I think it's just a slow exit. Exit 25 mile per hour. So it's just warning people not to fly off the side of the exit. So nobody was working. It was easy to get a job. Companies were begging for people. You couldn't find a used car. They were all sold. And used car prices went through the roof. You couldn't find a lot of electronics like TVs at Walmart and places like that. Gaming consoles and electronics and all kinds of crap like that were sold out. Those are some key takeaways during that time period. Now, can you figure out why all of those things were happening? During the lockdowns, they came up with some really stupid ideas because the economy basically came to a stop. Like, the lockdowns in general were really dumb. Like, all right, let's not divert this into a discussion about the stupidity of the lockdowns and the Wuhan virus and the greed and the corruption of Fauci and other people that were profiteering off of that crap. Let's not digress into, ranting and raving about that. Because the economy basically came to a standstill, what were they doing to try to boost the economy? They were giving businesses loans that they didn't have to pay back. They were basically just giving businesses money. Free money to a business. If you have a business, here's some money. As long as you stay in business, you keep operating your business, you don't have to pay us back. If you go out of business, you have to pay us back. That was basically the small business loans. And those were exploited by medium and large businesses. There were some very large businesses that got hundreds of millions of dollars in those small business loans. Like, it was tons and tons of exploiting in that crap. What else was happening? People were getting, what were they calling them? Stimulus checks. They gave out 2 or 3 stimulus checks, which were like $1,000 or more if you filed taxes the previous year and you made under a certain amount. So basically, anyone in the poverty range or even lower middle class was getting these stimulus checks. And to people in the poverty level, you're talking about people that were making like $8 an hour working at McDonald's, getting like a $1,400 stimulus check. I mean, how much do you make making $8 an hour at McDonald's? 8 times 40, $320 a week. Is that right? Multiply that times 4 for a month. You're making like $1,200 a month. So they're getting like an entire month's pay in a single stimulus check. And they gave out 2 or 3 of those stimulus checks. And a lot of those people are probably not working full time. They're working part time. So they're not even making $320 a week. So that could have been like 2 months worth of money. You know, those 2 or 3 stimulus checks might have been 6 months worth of, earnings from their normal job. But the really, really, really big thing that they gave away was unemployment. If I recall correctly, there were 2 things that they did to unemployment. They extended unemployment benefits for up to 2 years. You could go on unemployment for up to 2 years. Instead of, normally it was only like 6 months to a year that you could be on unemployment. They made it to where you could be on unemployment for like 2 years. And they made it to where you could get like an extra $600 per week on unemployment on top of your normal unemployment. Like, I think the cap on unemployment, I have no idea what the cap on unemployment is. Last time I checked, the unemployment cap was like $350, but that was like 20 years ago. So the unemployment cap now is probably around $500 per week. So you're talking about making like $1,000 a week on unemployment. Even if you were some really low-level McDonald's person that made next to nothing, and you qualified for next to nothing on unemployment, you were still getting like the $600 a week. So your normal unemployment is like $100 a week, and then you're getting the $600. You're making like 2 to 3 times more on unemployment than you were making when you were working. What incentive is there for you to go back to work to make 2 to 3 times less than what you're making on unemployment? So you had extremely large numbers of people that were in the poverty class that were incentivized to not work, to go on unemployment for the maximum 2 years. And they were making 2 to 3 times more money than they normally do. What are they going to spend all that money on? Used cars, because their their credit score sucks. They can't, they don't have a job. They can't afford a new car. They can't get approval for a loan for a new car. So they're going out and buying used cars for cash or buy here, pay here. That's the reason you couldn't find a used car. And they're spending their money on like TVs, video games, shit like that. That's the reason you couldn't find any of that stuff in the store. And all these people were sitting on unemployment for 2 years. How long did the freight boom last? About 2 years. And that's also the length of time where employers could not find employees. Like, they were begging people to work, and the amount of money that they were offering to people was shooting up like crazy. Like, at the beginning of the lockdowns, McDonald's was paying like $8 an hour. Like, that was, normal for McDonald's was like $8 an hour. And by the, end of the freight market, by the time the freight market collapsed, McDonald's was offering, I saw a sign at the McDonald's next to my house that was offering $18 an hour. You can start today. Like, start working today for $18 an hour. They just kept increasing how much they were paying, trying to lure people in to work. But as soon as all those unemployment benefits ended, the market was flooded with people looking for jobs. And then it became really hard to find a job. I was talking with some Harbor Freight people in the Dallas area when I was doing a Harbor Freight delivery there a couple of years ago. After the freight market ended, after everything crashed, after all the unemployment ran out. And the guys that were working at Harbor Freight, it was a brand new store. They just got hired on there. And I was we were sitting around waiting on something, so we got to talking, and I was asking them like, "Oh, is this a brand new store?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I was like, "So did you guys transfer over, or did you get hired on here?" And they're like, "Oh, we got hired on here." So I was like, "So you guys are brand new? Like you've only been working here for like a month?" They're like, "Yeah." And they were telling me that it paid like $15 an hour, which is not very good for the Dallas area. And they were really excited to have the job. They were so happy that they got it. They said that they had applied at hundreds of places, and most places they didn't even get an interview. Like, they were so lucky to get that job. They were so glad to have it. And I was like, man, I was told that like it was really easy to get a job and places were begging for people. And they said, well, it was like that just like 6 months or a year ago, but now it's nearly impossible to get a job. So there was a dramatic change in a very short amount of time. And that's when the freight market crashed. It became really hard to find a good job. Like, things changed dramatically. So what caused the freight boom? Unemployment benefits, stimulus checks, and small business loans that did not require repayment. They're basically small business grants. So the government giving away a whole bunch of money caused the freight market to boom last time. That's the reason we had the last boom. But all of that is over and done with. It's been over and done with for a couple of years. And we've been living in this. I mean, the freight market and the economic boom that we had last time, that couple of years of amazing freight market and, that fake economy, it was all fake. It was just the government giving away money. It was just completely fake. The economy actually sucked that whole time. And now that the government money ran out, we've gone back to that shitty economy that existed. It's been, we've been in a crappy economy for several years. "24 miles until the TA." And I don't want to get like too pessimistic. I'm trying to be optimistic. Like, there is some optimism with the Venezuelan oil situation. Like I said earlier, if the floodgates open up on that, that is going to cause a lot of production increases throughout the world. That's going to be really big. We could see an economic boom if that happens. But on the negative side of things, we have a problem that's been going on for decades that everyone pretends is not happening. And that is the United States currency. We have a huge problem with our national debt. And it's going to hit a break point. Most of our political leaders know of the problem and choose not to do anything about it because they don't care about the country. They just care about themselves and getting reelected. And they know that if they try to fix the problem, it's going to hurt their chances of getting reelected. What I recommend that you do, if you don't know anything about our debt crisis, the bubble that's about to pop, go and I think his name is David Walker. I think it's David Walker Jones or something like that, or is it just David Walker? If you search for GOA, GAO, Government Accountability Office, or Comptroller General, and David Walker, you'll find him. He used to be the head accountant for the United States. And he went on a tour trying to educate voters about the problem with our national debt. He tried to explain to voters how critical it is, because he had been telling politicians, and the politicians were like, yeah, we know, but we are not going to get support from the voters on this. And if I tackle this issue, I'm just going to get voted out of office. So he gave up on trying to get politicians to work on it, and he tried to educate the voters. He had an amazing interview with 60 Minutes in which he did a great job of explaining the problem. So I highly recommend that you go look him up. He has tons of crap online, tons of interviews, tons of articles explaining the problem directly from him. He knows, I'm probably going to get some information wrong trying to give you the cliff notes of what he said. So go get the information from the horse's mouth. But what the problem is that our politicians give away tax money as a means of getting votes. And they've been doing that for a very long time. And when they do that, it increases our national debt because they're giving away more money. They're spending more of the tax money than they're receiving. That's what the debt is. That's when they're spending more than they're receiving. It's like living on a credit card. And the interest payments on our debt, because our debt is getting so high, the interest payments alone on our debt are getting to the point where just the interest payment, the minimum debt payment, is more than the amount of tax revenue that they're receiving. Just a second here. Let me pass this truck. I've got 18 miles to go to the TA. 18 miles until the TA. I'm going to speed up to 70 to get around this truck faster so I don't slow past it. But 25 years ago, approximately, I can't remember exactly when, roughly 20 years ago, David Walker went on a campaign trying to educate the populace about this problem. Oh, there he exited. And he said that if we got our debt under control, we started doing something about the problem back then, we could fix the problem. It would, take a lot of work, a lot of sacrifice. It would include both tax increases and decreases in government programs. We would need to chop things at both ends. You couldn't do just one or the other. You had to do both 20 years ago to be able to get the problem under control. And he gave out some figures explaining how bad the problem was. And he said that if the government doesn't spend any more money, just based on the promises the government had already made, no new promises, that by about 2025, we would hit a point where the just the interest payment alone would be about the same as the tax revenue that the government brought in. So we would basically have to create debt, like the entire government would have to be funded by debt, because all of the tax revenue would just simply go to paying the interest of the debt. And he said that the break point was going to be about 2045. 2045 is when we would hit a point where we just wouldn't be able to fund basic government services. But it likely would not even make it that far. Our currency would probably become worthless by the time we got to 2045. And those were estimates based off of like the government not spending any extra money, not taking on any additional, debt. And our government has spent like crazy since then. So I don't know what his new timetable is, but basically everything he said that would happen has happened so far. So we are on pace that within my lifetime, our currency, the US dollar, is likely going to become worthless because of government spending. Just out of control government spending. It's a faith-based currency. It's a fiat currency. It's not backed by any asset. What it's backed by is faith. They try to pretend like it's backed by something by putting on the dollar that it's backed by the full faith and credit. Truck must exit to way station. You sons of bitches. It's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States, which basically means nothing. It's make-believe money. It's monopoly money. Just a second here. Let me get through this way station. Ran me through the way station, and now they're going to give me the bypass lane. I'm almost empty. I don't even know why they're running me across the damn scale. $10-mile-per-hour speed limit. I'm going 30. All right, now we're at 9, 8, 9. Trying to keep it under 10. Just bear with me for a minute because I got to watch the signs and listen for people yelling at me. Oh, I'm not in the bypass lane. The bypass lane's the right lane. Normally, the way station's over on the other side. All right, so now I'm proceed 5 miles per hour, so they are running me across the scales. 12, 15, and 11. Those are my weights. 12, 15, 11. So that's 26 and 12. That's 38,000 pounds. And I have 3,000 pounds of cargo. So yeah, that means my truck and trailer empty are about 35,000 pounds. All right, what were we talking about?
Merge onto I-84 West.
Oh, the debt crisis. Yeah, I think at this point we're at the point of no return. I don't think it's something that can be fixed. I think what it would take to fix the problem right now would be extreme. We basically have to shut down all government programs and probably double taxes to be able to fix the problem from where we're at right now, because we're already at the point where the interest payments on the debt are probably as high as our tax revenue. And that is likely a reason why we had interest rates go down so low for so long. Was the interest rate affects how much our debt payments are. So if our interest rate gets really high, our debt payments get really high. So the Federal Reserve manipulating the interest rates affects the debt payments from the US government on their debt. So that's one of the reasons why they keep our interest rates so low. If our interest rates start going up, then our debt payments will spiral out of control very quickly. So that's probably something that has mitigated the problem, was the ultra low interest rates that we had for a long time. But that's not sustainable, because it just creates, basically what we're doing is flooding the world with US dollars. We're just creating tons and tons of currency, devaluing the currency. That's what we're doing whenever we're lowering interest rates. But anyway, that's a whole other discussion on another topic. If you want to know more about that topic, I highly recommend you go and do some research on David Walker. I can't remember his full name. I think Walker is his middle name. I can't remember his last name. But there's a lot of things happening in the world that, people are like, I wonder why that's happening. Or they have some weird idea as to why something's happening. And they don't understand, like, what's going on in the world. There's a lot of really big things happening in the world that the media companies just don't seem to really talk about. Who was it that gave that speech about an informed populace and about the importance of the news to inform everyone? Like, that's the reason that's the reason we have the First Amendment. Our very First Amendment was freedom of speech and freedom of the press, because the founders of our country knew how important it was to have an informed populace. And The Democrat and Republican parties have basically bought all of the media companies, and now they control the information. So we have a lot of people in this country that just don't have any idea what's going on. They're fed bullshit. All right, do we have three? No, okay, that lane's ending. We're getting pretty close to Boise, 7.5 miles to the TA Petro, so we will be getting a new lane before long, but that was not it. And I'm really surprised we have not had a financial crash yet, because all of the gains that we've had in the financial market since the crash of 2008 have all been fake. It's been all of the low interest, the government just pumping tons of money into the system after the crash of 2008, trying to blow the bubble back up. That is a big part of... What is the four-wheeler behind me doing? Some four-wheeler came up behind me, then got out in the left lane to pass, then dipped back in behind me. Thought they were taking that exit, but they didn't. Now they're going for the pass again. But, sorry, I'm having to hold my hand. They got their brights on. What was I saying? Oh, they dim their lights now. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what in the hell I was talking about. Oh yeah, it's all fake. So you had the government giving businesses money like crazy. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that the government gave away to businesses to blow the bubble back up again. And then you had all that stimulus money from the lockdowns to blow the bubble back up again. So basically all of our entire financial gains since 2008 are almost all fake. And it's all from just the government dumping money into the system. It's like a Ponzi scheme. And I expected the bubble to burst by now. We are in so many bubbles, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The bigger they get, the worse the crash is going to be. And I really expected the crash to happen by 2025, the financial system crash. And it hasn't happened yet. I think the reason it did not happen was because of the lockdowns, and they had an excuse to blow the bubble up even more with all of that government handout. And it just delayed the problem a little bit longer. But our economy is basically dependent on the government dumping money into it to keep it afloat. Just a second here. Dumbass is racing. They have a new lane, but they're racing to get in front of me. They didn't realize that they have a new lane. All right, 1.5 miles is my exit. And I don't need to take a 30. I just need to fuel up as quickly as possible, which is not very fast, using the TA app, because it still makes me put most of my information in. Even like going through the app and putting all my information in through the app and then using the code at the pump, it still makes me put the information back in on the pump. It keeps like hinting that if I put the information in, it'll save it and I won't have to do it again. So I keep trying it to see if it'll stop making me put the information in. If it does it again, I think I'm just going to stop using the app, because I'm just putting the information in twice. "6:39 a.m.
Take exit 54 for US 3, US 26. Take exit 54, then use the left lane to take the ramp to Industrial Park.
All right, we want to go
Use the left lane
left.
to take the ramp to Industrial Park, then turn left onto South Broadway Avenue. At the light, turn left onto South Broadway Avenue.
I'm not sure exactly where the truck entrance is at. We'll figure it out when we get over there. I think I can see the fuel island from here. Yeah, I do. I remember this place. I put a trailer in the shop here. What in the hell was a trailer in the shop for here? Oh, I remember there was a tire. Was that it? Was it just a tire? Because I remember they replaced a tire. Man, the light turned red already. Didn't give me enough time to even go through the damn thing.
Straight onto West Commerce Avenue.
But they changed the tire without removing the tire. They just took it off of the rim. They just jacked the trailer up and took it off the rim and then put the other tire on the rim without removing the rim from the trailer. I'd never seen anybody do that before. And so when they finished, I was like, I didn't hear you guys tighten the lug nuts. Did you guys tighten the lug nuts? And they were like, we didn't remove the rim. We didn't need to tighten the lug nuts. I was like, what? And then they explained to me what they did.
Take the next right onto South Broadway Avenue, then continue straight onto West Commerce Avenue. Your destination is on the
All
right.
Let's go on to on duty fueling. And let me go through the app and do all the things. So I'm going to pause this while I do all this. Be back in a minute. All right, we're all done. Time to roll on. It is 6:51, and I was going to tell you how long that took, but I'm not going to. As soon as the truck started moving, it flipped screens. My guess would be 7 minutes. That's my average fuel time.
Take the next left on West Commerce Avenue, then turn left onto West Commerce Avenue. Take the second left onto West
We are all
Commerce
topped
Avenue.
off, 6:52 a.m. Saturday morning. We should be able to make it through Boise without much traffic. All right, we got some Buddy Street parked here, making it to where I can't see to the right. So let's just inch out. There we go.
Continue straight onto South Broadway Avenue. In Neighborhood P, turn left onto the ramp to Boise Airport, Nampa.
And bear with me while we get back onto the interstate here.
Turn left onto the ramp to Boise Airport.
Man, this is a convoluted mess.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-84 West.
I'm sure there's some engineering class that thought this was like going to be extremely efficient. This intersection is going to be awesome. It's confusing is what it is. It's like roundabouts. Roundabouts are theoretically the most efficient intersection, but in reality they are incredibly inefficient because they're confusing and people are aggressive. And people don't drive the way they're supposed to. They don't have proper spacing. So people are not able to freely move around in the roundabout because everybody's tailgating, trying to block people from cutting them off. And that just caused traffic to back up. But anyway. I might as well record through Boise, give you something to look at. It's just been basically a black screen up to this point. It is snowing outside. Google says it's 38 outside. My temperature gauge says 42. It's not accurate. Google's probably not accurate either. But it is snowing. So we'll drive through Boise, Nampa, Caldwell. I can't remember all of the towns through here. I think it's Boise, Nampa, Caldwell, Aurora. A 135 miles until the rest area just north of Baker City, Oregon. And I have 2 hours and 54 minutes of drive time left. It should take 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I have 2 hours and 53 minutes. Let's see if we can make it through Boise without seeing somebody fly by in some kind of Asian car that's been customized with loud exhaust. That seems to be the thing in Boise is like Asian cars that have been customized for like racing or something. I suspect that Fast and Furious was really big in Boise. It's usually hatchbacks. But seeing as how we're going through here 7 a.m. on a Sunday, we might miss out on it. I don't think I've ever driven through Boise and not seen one. The last time I drove through Boise, I was like, man, this is going to be the time that I don't see one. And then at the last minute, one came flying by. I was like, there it is. Oh, I checked the coolant level while I got fuel, and it has not lost a drop. So let's talk about that real quick. I had a coolant leak about a year and a half ago, and it might have been close to 2 years ago by this point. And it was just a slow leak. I was putting in maybe half a gallon of coolant per month. And I could not find the leak. And I was trying to figure out what to do about it. And I found out that there was this stop leak crap that you could put into your coolant system, and it'll stop leaks. It just plugs the leak. So I did some research on it, and I found some stuff called K-Seal, and it said that it works like JB Weld, that once it gets hot, it reacts with air, and it only works on metal, but once it interacts with air, it'll weld the leak like like JB Weld. I was like, okay, let's give it a try. So I figured out that I needed 2 bottles for my size engine, put it in, and that slow leak stopped. Awesome. Like a year later, I started having a slow leak again. But this time the slow leak was a lot more than like a half a gallon a month. It was actually quite a bit. It was like a quarter of a gallon a day. I was like, what the hell? And it took me about a month to find it. And around the time I found the source of that leak, I started having another leak that was only happening when the truck was running. So I had a leak that was happening all the time, even when it was parked. And it ended up being just loose clamps on a rubber hose. Tighten those up, that stopped. So it's no longer leaking coolant when it was parked. And then I had another leak that was only leaking coolant whenever the engine was under like high pressure. So if I were driving on flat land and the engine was just like running normally, no high RPMs, wasn't under any strain, engine temperature was low, it wouldn't leak any coolant. But if I were hauling a heavy load and like going over a hill or something, and the engine temperature, engine pressure would get up, then it would start leaking. And it would leak more, the more pressure, more temperature. And I could not find the source of this leak. And from the time I noticed that leak until the time like it got really bad was a short period of time. Like I first noticed the leak and it was barely leaking anything. And then within like 2 weeks, it was taking like a gallon of coolant per drive shift. Like the leak got really bad really quick. And at first I couldn't find the leak because it was hardly leaking anything at all. But when it started leaking a lot, I saw, where it was wet on the engine. I could see the rough approximate area that it was leaking, and it's on the right side of the engine, the passenger side, toward the back, toward the cab. Now there's a ton of stuff in that area. You have the turbo, the EGR, and all kinds of parts attached to the engine in that area. So I can't see where exactly it's leaking because there's so many parts in the way. I can't see behind all that stuff. So I started doing some research on like what the coolant system looks like in that area, trying to find schematics and stuff like that. And my best guess as to what is leaking is on the EGR, there's a plastic coupler or connector of some kind that is a common failure point that leaks coolant. It gets brittle over time and it just starts leaking coolant. It's like a $30 part according to the YouTube video, which is an old video. So it probably costs like $150 now. But it's like $3,000 labor just to get to that $30 part. Because they have to remove a whole bunch of parts to access it. And whenever you remove those parts, you have to replace a bunch of the gaskets and stuff. So you're going to have to get like a gasket, an O-ring kit, things like that for all the parts that you're removing and putting back. And that, you're looking at $3,000, $3,500 absolute minimum. And that's if all it is that little plastic part. If it's something else, like the whole EGR needs to be replaced, then that's like a $2,000 part. So you're looking at Nampa city limits. So we drove through Boise, now we're going through Nampa. So you're looking at $3,000 absolute minimum to work on anything in that area. And then the price just goes up from there. So I'm trying to find alternatives, to this problem. Like I don't want to be dumping like $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 into this coolant leak. So I'm trying to find the leak. I'm looking at my options, and I'm like, let's look into that coolant stop leak crap again. Because the last stuff I put in there only worked on metal leaks, and I think this is coming from that plastic coupler. Are there any of them that work on plastic? So I start doing some digging, and I find that pretty much all of them work on plastic. The only one that I found that did not work on plastic and rubber was the K-Seal that I'd been using. That's the only one that says that it only works on metal. So I did some digging around at the various brands, trying to figure out which one to use. And I chose Bar S, aluminum coolant something. And it said that for my size of coolant, I needed to use 4 bottles for the amount of coolant in my engine. For a normal car that has about 4 gallons of coolant in it, it's a single bottle. But this engine has 12 gallons of coolant, and they said use a bottle for every 3 gallons. So when I left the house in Oklahoma City, the coolant was topped off already. All right. Am I supposed to go toward Ontario or Caldwell? Google's not telling me anything to do. So I'll just try to stay on whatever looks like the main road, because we just passed a sign that said these lanes are 84 to Caldwell and these lanes are 84 to Ontario. So I think 84 just splits and then comes back together. So I couldn't put any of that stuff in whenever I left the house because the coolant was completely full. I had topped it off earlier before I had the idea of putting in that stop leak stuff. So whenever I got down to the shipper, I checked the coolant, and it had lost a little bit of coolant, not very much. So I was only able to put 2 bottles in. And then I drove the rest of that drive shift all the way to Texline, Texas. It's like, I would say another 350 miles. No, it's more like 450 miles. Yeah, it's about another 450 miles. And it leaked very little coolant, almost nothing. It leaked enough that I was able to put 2 more bottles in. The other 2 bottles. So I put those in at the beginning of my shift and then drove from then, and I haven't put any coolant in since. And it's been sitting about 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch below the maximum fill line ever since then. So it looks like that stop leak stuff stopped the leak. Just a second here. Is this four-wheeler going to let me over? There they go. I'm catching up on this truck really fast. This SUV over to my left was in the lane, and they moved over for me. So the coolant leak is resolved for now, but it's something I'm going to have to keep an eye on. But yeah, the Bar S stuff, and basically every other brand I looked at, they say that they work on everything. Metal, alloys, plastic, rubber, everything. K-Seal was the only stuff that had the limitation of only working on metal. But the engine's been running. I've been watching the engine temperature. Engine temperatures have been great, even climbing over mountains. The fan has never kicked on. Like, the temperatures hasn't gotten hot enough during this entire drive for the fan to kick on. But we haven't gone over any like super steep mountains yet. Caldwell 5, Ontario 34. (7:14 a.m.) Uh-oh, this SUV that just passed me is slowing down. Now they're speeding up. Now they're drifting over in the left lane. They in there smoking a joint or something? Now they're drifting back over in the left lane and speeding up. Road work ahead. Merge left, right lane closed. That SUV is slowing down again. I have to turn my cruise off. Doing 63 and catching up with the SUV. Speed limit just dropped down to 55. Jack in the Box. That sounds good. I'd like to go in there and order a dozen tacos. They have like 2 for $1 tacos. $6 for a dozen tacos. That sounds really good. And their tacos are actually pretty good. I prefer them to Taco Bell. Dozen tacos at Taco Bell costs you like $20. Jack in the Box, $6. Sorry, I got quiet. I'm just navigating the construction. It was narrow lanes, windy. Once we cross the border into Oregon, traffic should just go to nothing. End of road work. All right, turn the cruise back on. We got a cop up here. Is it on our side of the road? I can't tell. All right, let's move over the left lane. I think it's on our side of the road, but in a corner like this, it's hard to tell where in the hell they're at. All right, 107 miles to go to the rest area. So I should get there. Let's see, 107 is an hour and 47 minutes. So that'll be right at a little after 9 a.m. It's 7:21, 7:22 a.m. now. 26 miles to Ontario, 100 miles to Baker City. The rest area I'm stopping at is just north of Baker City, 107 miles. So I should be logged into the sleeper by 9:30. So yeah, I'm still on the schedule that I was looking at earlier, where I can start driving again at 7:30, and it should be about a 400-mile drive, so roughly 7 hours. So it'll be about 2:30 a.m. Plus, I'm going to stop, and I might stop and get fuel. So I might need to take a 30-minute break. So it should be somewhere maybe by 3 a.m., depending on whether or not I get fuel. That'll be a good time to roll into Seattle. 3 a.m. Sunday morning. Have I been saying that it's Sunday morning? It's Saturday morning. I'll be in Seattle Sunday morning. Well, we finally hit we killed the streak. I did not see a custom Asian car with loud exhaust when I drove through Boise this time. Maybe it's just the one person that I keep seeing every time I drive through Boise. Maybe they just cruise up and down the interstate. They're asleep right now. 7:26 a.m. Looks like the sun might be trying to come up. Decent amount of cloud cover. Hanging out up there near the Canada border sounds awesome. I bet the days are really short. You hardly get any sunlight, and it's nice and cold. That's the way I like it. I might just, the thing is that, like, the fuel pretty much everywhere, except that TA east of Seattle is just crazy expensive. Like the TA at the Canada border, I think it's $4.21 a gallon. The TA east of Seattle is $2.91 a gallon. So it's like $1.30, $1.40 a gallon more expensive. The prices are the TA east of Seattle is really expensive. It's like 60 cents a gallon more expensive than Oregon. It's like 70 cents a gallon more expensive than Idaho. But it's really cheap compared to all the other places in Washington. All the other places in Washington are around $4 a gallon. So that's the main reason I don't want to hang out in Washington, is if I have to buy fuel, I'm paying almost $2 a gallon extra for fuel up there. If I, need to buy fuel up around the Canada border, if I decide to hang out up there and wait for a load, and I need to throw in some fuel, it's really expensive. But if I just put in like 60 gallons at the TA and east of Seattle, that should give me enough fuel that even if I sat for a week, I shouldn't need to get fuel. I would have enough fuel to get me all the way down to Portland. I'll have to crunch the numbers at the end of this drive shift and think about it. It's just gambling on what's going to be on the load board. I think I might hang out up around the Canada border for a week. And if I haven't booked, well, the window loads, what in the hell was that? There's like bags of something all over the road that busted open, and there was some crap all over the road. So the window loads are typically posted a minimum of like 3 days in advance. A lot of the window loads are posted a week or more in advance. So I could set up there around the Canada border waiting on a load and also be looking for one of the window loads at the same time. And if one of the window loads get posted, then I can drive down to Portland and get one of those window loads. And I don't really need to worry about missing out on that load. Because most loads are same day loads. So if I drive all the way down to Portland waiting on one of those window loads, and some nice loads get posted up near the Canada border, then I won't be able to get them. They're too far away. So I shouldn't miss out on the window loads sitting up there by the Canada border. So I think I might just try to hang out up there at the Canada border until I get a load. Because the only loads I would really miss out on would be the Google loads. But even then, the Google loads are almost never same day loads. The only time they typically post the Google loads same day is if somebody cancels a load and they have to relist it. The Google loads are almost always next day loads. So the only two loads that I know of that I might get down in the Portland area, I should have enough time to drive down and get either one of those loads if they're posted. And the Google loads don't pay much of anything, so I don't really think I want to take one of the Google loads. I don't know how they price those Google loads, but they pay so bad. Somebody told me, I'm not sure if it was a comment on a video. I think it was a comment on a video. Might have been somebody that told me in person. I can't remember. But some Landstar driver told me that the dedicated fleet, like if you're dedicated on the Google account, that you get paid even less than what they pay on the load board. You get a flat rate on the loads of like, I don't know, it's like $2 a mile, including fuel surcharge. Like it was really terrible. Well, $2 a mile, including fuel surcharge, that's not terrible. Whatever the rate was they told me was terrible. $2 a mile, including fuel surcharge, that would be like a mediocre load. That would be decent. But a lot of the Google loads pay like $1.50 a mile gross to the truck. They're really cheap loads. And then sometimes you'll see a Google load that's paying like $3 a mile gross to the truck. And their pricing doesn't seem to make sense. Because I've seen loads coming out of the same place, like the exact same load. One time it'll be $4 a mile, and the next time it'll be $2 a mile. Like, where do they come up with the prices on these things? Mile marker 9. So we're 9 miles from Oregon. Oregon truck speed limit is 65 until we get near a city. Then they drop it to 60. And then if you get near a major city, it drops to 55. And then if you get into really congested areas, it drops all the way down to 50. I-5, so 84 has a 65 mile per hour truck speed limit across most of it. But I think I-5 is a 60 mile per hour max truck speed limit across the entire thing. And then Washington State has a max truck speed limit of 60 across the entire state. So, Oregon, not going to change our speed because we're already doing 65. "90 miles to Baker City, to the rest area north of Baker City." Sky is starting to light up a little bit. It's still really dark, but the sky is lightening up a little bit. I love the winter. "6 miles till the border." All right, I need to make a decision on sleep. I've been, like, since I got out and took that break and, like, used the restroom and ate some candy, some snacks, and some chips, I haven't been tired since then. I've been wide awake since then. But I haven't been sleeping very well. I've been getting maybe, if I'm lucky, 6 hours of sleep during my sleep periods. So I was trying to figure out what to do on this sleep period. I was thinking about taking maybe an hour or two extra, just setting my alarm like an hour or two late. Or maybe just try to get in bed a lot faster. Instead of taking 2 hours to get to sleep, try to crawl into bed within like 30 minutes. Maybe I'll just eat a bowl of cereal real quick and go to bed. Yeah, next drive shift is a short drive shift. It's only 7 hours. So I think I'm just going to take the normal 10-hour break. I'm just going to try to get to bed really quick. And I'll set my alarm for 30 minutes before the 10-hour break is up instead of an hour. Yeah, I just want to get there as quickly as possible, and then I can lounge around on Sunday I'll need to stay awake all day Sunday, though, so I don't screw up my sleep schedule. Because I need to do all those deliveries starting at 7 a.m. Monday morning. I've spent so much time hanging out in Portland. Feels like a second hometown. I'm probably going to debate right up until the last second on whether or not to drive straight down to Portland after I finish this load or to hang out up around the Canada border. Welcome to Oregon. Speed limit 70, trucks 65. Uh-oh. Time to fish for a soda. Sam's Choice Cola. Helmets are required in Oregon. You have to wear your helmet. They used to top off fuel at that Pilot Flying J right there. One morning I was topping off fuel, and the guy parked next to me at the fuel island was like parked there overnight, just sleeping in his truck. And he woke up and saw that there was an empty spot in the front row, right straight in front of him. Almost straight in front of him. So he starts up his truck, and then he's doing the 5-mile-per-hour creep, nosing into that parking spot. And managed to run his trailer down the side of the truck to the left of him. So the truck that was backed into the spot to the left of the spot he was pulling into, he just runs the left side of his truck down the left side of that truck. Like, I'm telling you, man, the people that do the creative parking are some of the worst drivers. The reason they park at the fuel island and along the curb and places like that is because they can't back. They can't maneuver around obstacles. Like, they're really bad drivers. I don't know why he woke up and moved his truck into a parking spot. I'm guessing a TA employee might have come by and knocked on his door and told him to move right before I got there. Snow zone. Oh, there's a whole bunch of warnings about you have to carry chains through this area, and there's a fine of like $800 if you don't have chains. I don't plan on ever chaining one of these trucks ever again. Ever. If I am forced to, if I get into a situation where I get, like, I'm not going to drive into snow, into a chain up area. I'll sit and wait it out. But if I get, a snowstorm, takes over and I am just in the middle of the area and then chain requirements come up and I'm forced to chain, I'll do it. But no, I'm not chaining unless I absolutely have to. What in the hell is that? Oh, that's a sign. I thought there was some green thing on the shoulder. Looked like a camper or something. Stanton Boulevard, 1 mile. So, several states have requirements that you have to carry chains during certain times of the year. Some states, it's a state-wide requirement. On some states, it's a route requirement. Like, if you go, on this section of road during this time of year, then you have to carry chains. For some states, it's just a statewide requirement. From this time of year to this time of year, you have to carry chains on your vehicle. And it's pretty much all western states that have those requirements. I can't remember all of the states that have those requirements. I'm pretty sure it's Colorado is a statewide requirement. I think Oregon is a route-specific requirement. I don't know about Washington. I think California has a requirement. I don't know if it's route or if it's statewide. I can't remember what all states have those requirements. So I don't carry chains. How am I legal for these chain carry laws? I have auto socks. Why don't I carry chains? Why do I carry auto socks instead of chains? 2 reasons. Number 1, they're much lighter. So I carry them on the truck year round, and they weigh almost nothing, whereas chains weigh a lot. I can't remember the weights of chains. I think single chains for like a single tire weigh like 25 pounds. And I think double chains can weigh like 90 pounds a piece. I can't remember though. They're heavy. So you're talking about hundreds of pounds of extra weight if you carry chains. Whereas my auto socks basically weigh nothing. They might weigh 2 or 3 pounds for all of them. And they take up almost no room. Chains take up a lot of space. Now, I'm not telling you to go out and buy auto socks. Do your research on your own. Before I bought them, I did research on every state that had chain carry requirements, and every single state accepted auto socks as an alternative to chains. But laws can change. I haven't bothered to look and see if any of them have changed their laws. Typically, no one is going to check to make sure you have chains unless there are chain requirements. Like, I remember when I drove line haul for Conway, I was on that shitty route between Reno and Sacramento, driving back across Donner. And throughout the winter, we would typically chain twice a day. You know, going to Sacramento and back to Reno, we would chain both directions. And whenever they would throw up chain requirements, they would usually have a checkpoint. They would shut the road down, and everyone would have to divert to the off-ramp, or they would just have a car parked in the middle of the interstate, and you'd have to pull up alongside a DOT officer, and they would ask you if you have chains. I've never had them actually inspect to see if I have chains. They just asked if I had chains. But, you know, I drove for Conway back then, and they treat the line haul drivers different than other drivers. Whenever they get used, like, they see so many of, you know, UPS and Saya and Conway drivers that they know that they all do this or that, or what their truck configurations are or whatever. So they might have treated a second here. This slow vehicle, I dropped from 65 to 55 going up this hill, but I was flying up on this vehicle, and this vehicle just found a whole bunch of speed. Now I'm doing 65 and barely catching up with them. People do this all the time. They'll speed up whenever I, you know, go to pass them. I'll fly up on them going 5 to 10 miles an hour faster than them. And then when I go to pass them, they'll speed up. And then they'll just sit here in front of me doing this shit, speed matching me. Yeah, this person is just sped up. They're trying to speed match me. They don't want me passing, so they sped up to whatever speed they think I'm going so that I won't pass them. They want to go slower than me, but they also don't want me passing them. But yeah, they would ask you if you had chains, and then they would hand you a little card and tell you what the chain requirement was. And it was usually max. And the little card tells you what the configurations are for the various chain requirements. Like minimum chain requirements, I think the minimum chain requirements, all you had to have was like 2 singles on your drives and a single drag chain, a single chain on your trailer. I think all configurations required at least one drag chain on your trailer. The maximum configuration was I can't remember what the maximum configuration was. I think it was 2 drag chains on your trailer and 2 double chains on your tractor. I don't think there was any configuration where you had to put chains on all 4 of your drive tires. I could be wrong on that. I haven't chained up in 20 years. I used to do it all the time, but I don't remember the details anymore. $67 miles to Baker City. This asshole has slowed down again. I know that they can go faster up the hill than this because last time they slowed down to like 50, and then when I got alongside of them to pass them, they sped back up to 65 while they were still going uphill. I slowed down all the way to 50 going up this hill and started catching up with them. So they slowed way down. Not sure if that's fog or snowfall. It's 37 degrees according to my temperature gauge. But it's been reading a little hot, so it might be like closer to 35. Maybe even 33. He was reading 42 back there in Boise, and my phone was telling me that according to my GPS location, it was 38. $36. See, we got a 6% downgrade next 3 miles. Let's tap the brakes, turn off the cruise. We're doing 60. 58, 57, 56, 55. I'm just coasting right now. Yeah, that's got to be snow up at those elevations. Curious what my elevation is. I need to get an altimeter in here. Or maybe it's something else. Maybe it's called something else. Is an altimeter what gives you your height above ground level or sea level? I don't know. I want one that gives me my height from sea level. Height from ground level is not going to be very useful. You are 6 feet above the ground. You are still 6 feet above the ground. Yeah, I think an altimeter gives you your elevation, or not your elevation, your altitude. And I think altitude is a measurement from ground level. Elevation is a measurement from sea level. I'm not sure though. I'm not trained in these things. Alright, there's the end of the downgrade. I remember driving through Oregon 20 years ago on this road and just being like scared because it was such a windy road. Like it had a lot of sharp turns on it. And driving on it now, I'm not sure if they redid the road or I'm just like, I don't know. Like it doesn't seem. Yeah, there are some sections like on this 84 right here. There's lots of sections of road where you are driving along the edge of like a lake or a river. So you're doing these little twisties like this. But these aren't that bad. And I was in a 65 governed truck. I'm doing 65 right now, and these turns aren't very sharp. Like I'm not having any issues staying in a lane. So maybe they've redone the road in the last 20 years, and maybe it's the turns aren't as sharp as they used to be. Inspection site in 1 mile. Closed. Way station right lane, everyone must exit. I just now got the bypass. Yeah, the way station is at the normal exit. Yeah, right there it is. A lot of these way stations have really bad signage. Like it'll tell you way station next right, and the way station is not the next right. This is a nice road. Looks fairly new. Entering Baker County. I've still got 57 miles to go until the rest area. And I suspect Baker City is in Baker County. This is a big county. Well, we got some daylight. You can actually see something now. 7:09 a.m. Oh, we changed time zones. We're in Pacific time zone now. Entering Pacific time zone. So right there's the sign of us entering Pacific time zone. And Google changed our clock on the phone prematurely. So I forgot to account for the time zone change, so we should be shutting down by 8:30. So instead of getting there, 8:30, 6:30, instead of 2:30, it should be 1:30 that I'm getting into the Seattle area. Yeah, I'll have to think about this. I think I'll eat a bowl of cereal, set my alarm for like 1 hour later than normal. And if I get up early, then I'll leave at the normal time. And if I'm able to sleep all the way until the alarm, then I'll just get there an hour later. I'll get there at 2:30 instead of 1:30, which is not a big deal. And I'm not sure how long I'm going to have to sit and wait on a load. It's probably going to be a pain to find a load because we have the Christmas holiday that's happening right now. This is the Christmas holiday weekend. And then this upcoming week, this next weekend we have the New Year's holiday weekend. What day is New Year's on? So Monday is the 29th, Tuesday is the 30th, Wednesday is the 31st, so Thursday will be New Year's. So there's probably going to be a lot of places closed on New Year's, on Thursday, possibly even Friday. And a lot of people tend to take vacation time during holidays. They pair up the holidays with their vacation. So there might be a lot of brokers taking time off through the holidays. So there might be fewer loads posted than normal because of that. And there's just going to be fewer loads posted in general. Like, it could be really slow on the load board all next week. We'll just have to wait and see. So keeping an eye on the road and the clouds and the weather and everything around me. Driving through mountains like this, the weather can change abruptly, and we have some clouds all over the place, so we can come around a turn at any point and it could be snowing. 39 degrees outside according to my temperature gauge. I didn't see a marking for that turn, but I slowed down to 60 for that turn, and that felt like it was about as fast as I should be going around that turn. It felt like a 60-mile-per-hour turn. Yeah, that was another 60-mile-per-hour turn. Didn't have any damn sign up. And here's another one. So yeah, maybe this is the same road I remember from 20 years ago. It had lots of sharp turns in it. .38 degrees, 7:19 a.m., 46 miles to go. There's definitely some snow happening at higher elevations. I can see a dusting of snow on the hilltops around here. .60-mile-per-hour curves ahead, slow down. Next 9 miles, rollover zone. We're down to 50, and that feels like a good speed for this 60-mile-per-hour turn. Looks like it snowed here. There's either snow or frost on the shoulder. 38 degrees according to the gauge. Yeah, these 60-mile-per-hour turns feel a lot better at 50. They're not doing much work on the on and off ramps. Gonna have to be really careful on and off ramps. The interstate looks good, but those on and off ramps are snow covered. Wow, that looks so awesome. Being that close to the mountain. Your speed is 55. Slow down. Really? Like, I'm going pretty slow already. There's a rest area? I didn't see any signs for a rest area. Must have missed it. 41 miles to go until the rest area I'm planning on stopping at. So all of this snow all over the shoulder, and it's getting to the point where now it's on the road as well. This is not a good sign because we haven't really, like, we're driving through the mountains, but we haven't gotten up into the real meat of the mountain yet. That's not going to be until the next drive shift that we're going to crawl up into the main mountain. But it's pretty good that I'm going to be driving this during the time. Like, the schedule is working out really well because I should start driving somewhere around 7 p.m. And that means I should be through this entire mountain range within like an hour or two. We'll say 2 hours. So it'll give it time to heat up during the day and thaw out and everything. And just as it starts cooling off is when I'll be driving through. I should be able to make it through before it gets cold again. Everything starts refreezing. .38 degrees according to my gauge. All right, there's a lot less snow on the shoulder. My little temperature gauge inside the truck is saying that it's 10% humidity outside, or 10% humidity inside the truck, which is typically close to the same as outside. So the air is really dry. looks like we might be getting into quite a bit of snow. 38 degrees up ahead. Everything looks snow covered. All the little hills in front of me that I'm looking at are covered in snow. 36 miles to go. Yeah, if we get up just a hair in elevation, we're going to be above the snow line. Is that a snowplow? Does Oregon actually have snowplows? Yep, that's a snowplow. I think all this weather is supposed to clear up today. Still got a long ways to go, 34 more miles. And that snow line, we're getting really close to the snow line. I don't know how well you can see it in the video, but the road is almost, like, you can see the snow on these little hills over on the left. And the road is getting really close to the line where that snow is at on those hills. And we're slowly climbing uphill right now. Snow zone, carry chains or traction tires. Oh, that's a nice big parking lot. Yeah, we got some 37 degrees according to the gauge. Let's go ahead and turn the cruise control off. We've got some snow and ice on the roads. Oregon is doing a terrible job on these roads. If they were treating these roads, there would not be any snow or ice on them. At these temperatures, if you just put any treatment on the roadway, there would be zero snow and ice. Let's see if we see any spray coming off this SUV. Zero spray coming off that SUV. So I saw a little bit of spray whenever they went across the center line, but that could have just been loose snow that they were kicking up. Yeah, this is horrible. With this little amount of snow, the roads are unnecessarily dangerous. Like, these roads are snow and ice covered, and if Oregon would just put any damn... The van that was passing me got freaked out about that left lane and dipped in behind me. I think this lane is treated and the other lane is not treated. Because the left lane is just frozen solid. This lane looks like it's melted. But treatment is usually good down to around 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Once it gets down below about 15 degrees Fahrenheit, most of the treatments stop working. And even if you put treatment on the road, it'll still freeze. There was a massive accident in Texas. I think it was the Dallas area, Fort Worth area in Texas, a few years back when we had an Arctic blast and there was abnormally cold weather down in Texas. It got well below freezing in Texas and they got snow and ice down there. And the people who maintain the roads down there aren't used to snow and ice. They never deal with snow and ice. And there was a big accident where the road was just like an ice rink. It was just really, really, really slick. So some cars slid and got into an accident, and then other cars that were coming up to the accident couldn't stop and were running into those cars. I can't remember how many cars. I think it was a 100+ vehicle accident. And they said that what caused the accident was the person that was putting treatment down on the road. They mixed the treatment incorrectly, or they put the wrong kind of treatment on the road or something. I think they basically just poured water on the road and it froze. I think they were just spraying water on the road and it froze. And they just put a big sheet of ice on the road. Yeah, this is horrible, man. At least they've got this one lane treated. But for as little snow as there is, there's no excuse to not have both of these lanes treated. If this were California, not only would both of these lanes be treated, they would probably be bone dry, and the shoulders would even be treated. The shoulders would be wet, and the roadways would be bone dry with nothing on them. No snow, no ice, and they would be dry. It looks like the snow is getting thicker the further we go. Yeah, that car has just fallen behind me. They're afraid to pass. We're doing 57 right now. Might be slowing down because it looks like it's snowing harder up ahead. Make sure you have your engine brakes off in this kind of situation. You don't want them on or on auto or something like that, because you don't want to like go across a slick spot, let off the throttle because it's slick, and then your engine brakes engage, or you go to press your brakes, your engine brakes engage. -34 degrees, temperature's dropping. All right, I got a bunch of cars stacking up behind me. There are 1, 2, 3 cars behind me, and one of them is a cool kid, and they're going to go pass everybody. So the car at the very back just hopped out in the left lane, is going to go pass everyone. I'm doing 55 right now. Please don't hit me. If you get into an accident doing something stupid, please don't take me with you. All right, here comes another one. They saw this person do it, so monkey see, monkey do. So here comes car number 2. There's still 2 more behind me. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish. They're scared of getting out in that left lane and them passing me. They're just going to have to keep passing vehicles, because vehicles in front of me are going about the same speed I am. Doing 55, and we're still climbing up in elevation. All right, here goes another car. This is the van that's been following me the longest. This is the van that went out to pass me and said nope, and then dipped back in behind me. There's a whole bunch of cars catching up with me now. All right, it looks like both lanes are treated in this section of road. Still got 23 miles to go. Well, we're getting some interesting driving footage. This is one of the sections of road that I was concerned about bad weather. All right, the other car behind me must have exited because I don't see him anymore. But there's a bunch of cars about a mile back that are catching up with me quick. So this section of road between here and Pendleton, what I'm mainly worried about is when we get close to Pendleton. That's when it gets really high elevation. And then the next section of road after that, after this one that I'm concerned with, is Snoqualmie. just east of Seattle. Doing 58 right now. "21 miles to go, 32 degrees, so the temperature just keeps dropping." You know what's really weird is that the snow is not accumulating right in front of me where I'm looking, but it is accumulating on the center and right side of the window. So I don't really need to run the wipers, but it's accumulating in front of the camera, so I'll run the wipers so that you can see in the camera. Down to 54. And now that pack of cars have caught up with me, and there's a line of cars passing me. They're out here flying down these snow and ice covered roads. They're like, I've got 4-wheel drive. Really? Does that come with 4-wheel stop? Like, 4-wheel, a lot of people don't understand what the hell 4-wheel drive is. 4-wheel drive helps you to go forward. It doesn't help you to stop. Going fast on snow and ice, 4-wheel drive doesn't help with that. When you slam on your brakes, 4-wheel drive doesn't help. And these pickups are really dangerous on snow and ice because they're light in the rear. "19 miles. We're doing 59 miles an hour right now. All right, let's slow down a little bit because I'm starting to catch up with the trucks in front of me, and I do not want to catch up with the trucks in front of me. All right, the car behind me wants to pass. And there's a pack of like 4 more cars coming up on me. One of them's already out in the left lane. They're in a Jeep. They've got that 4-wheel drive. They're like, I got the 4-wheel drive. I'm out here. I can go 80 miles an hour on snow because I got 4-wheel drive. Is that can't tell what brand that is. 17 miles. That car behind me is peaking again. 29 degrees. There they go. The car behind me just finally went. That pack of cars is catching up. They're like, I don't want to get passed by that pack of cars. So they decided to get out and pass before the pack of cars caught up. Now they're driving scared over there in that left lane. Every time one of these idiots passes me, I get really, really concerned. All right, is there somebody on the damn shoulder? Or is that a tree? Because one of these idiots wiping out will take me with them. All right, one of the four-wheelers that was passing everybody decided not to take out. They didn't want to drive in that left lane. They just dipped in behind me. So now I've got traffic building up behind me because a bunch of people behind me don't feel comfortable passing. And this dumbass that passed me is now slowing down in front of me. This is really, really, really pissing me off. I do not want somebody in front of me. Like, why in the hell would you pass me and then slow down in front of me? All right, let's turn the defrost on. I'm starting to get some freeze on the window. I had to slow down to 50 because of this dumbass that passed me. Was going slower than me and I was catching up with him. Some old woman with a dog in the passenger seat. A big dog, like a Saint Bernard or a Great Dane. I couldn't tell what it was. I don't know how much traffic is built up behind me. I know there's a big truck and at least a four-wheeler. Those are the only two vehicles I can see behind me, but I suspect that there's several more behind them. "14 miles to go." These roads should not be this bad. If Oregon would do like a half-assed job, they could clear these roads to where they would just be wet. There wouldn't be any snow or ice on them. Certain states are just terrible at maintaining roads. North Dakota is awesome. South Dakota is horrible. Like, you drive from North Dakota to South Dakota, and North Dakota roads will be like dry. They will have plowed the roads and put down treatment, and the roads will be completely dry. And then you cross the border into South Dakota, and it's snow-covered roads. Completely snow-covered. Like, that's the difference between North and South Dakota. Oregon, I haven't really dealt with snow a lot in Oregon, but what little I have, I've never really seen Oregon do anything with the roads. So Oregon is really bad from what little experience I have. They are horrible at maintaining the roads. California is phenomenal at maintaining the roads. They're up there alongside North Dakota as being absolutely awesome. And I'm not familiar with Washington State. Not very familiar with Colorado. We're doing 54 right now. $12 miles to go. Gonna have to be really careful exiting for the rest area. The on and off ramps are super sketchy. All right, what I can see is a four-wheeler directly behind me, a truck behind them, and a four-wheeler behind the truck. 30 degrees, temperature's going up a little bit. Entering Baker City, 11 miles to go until the rest area. Hopefully the roads are better going through town. Usually they are. Oh, it looks like the snow, it looks like we're going to drop in elevation just enough to get out of the snow line. Because it looks like past that bridge down there, we're out of the snow. All right, the four-wheeler behind me has decided to pass. That four-wheeler's been riding behind me for a while. Now the truck is running up on my ass. I think they're going to go for the pass. There they go. Yeah, this truck is hauling ass. I'm doing 55. Oh, what a dumbass. Just have to be stupid right next to me, huh? So they went flying by me and their engine brakes kicked on right alongside me. Every time somebody passes me on slick roads, I get concerned. Because that's what's most likely to cause an accident is the people around you on slick roads. Stupid is, stupid does. Oh, and you're taking this exit. You did all of that really stupid maneuver alongside me just so you could take this damn exit? What a moron. All right, now we're back down to just wet roads. Temperature's 33. .1 miles to go. The window is covered in treatment. There's a white film of crap all over the window. I'm not going to waste windshield washer fluid cleaning it off. I'm going to wait until I get parked, and then I'm going to use my spray bottle of soapy water. .3 miles to go. .03 a.m. And hopefully I don't wake up to a blizzard. Hopefully all this weather is pretty much done with. There's I don't think you can see it on the camera, but over to the left, there's a lot more snow. There are some dark clouds, and I can see snow falling out of the clouds on the mountains to my left, the hills to my left. It's not very far. It's maybe 5 miles to the left. And it's quite a ways forward as well, so it's probably going to be snowing at the rest area in a few minutes. .33 degrees according to my gauge. .8 miles. I think that might be it up in that turn. Oh, got some wind. Rest area 2 miles. Next rest area 26 miles. Maybe I should go to the next rest area 26 miles. I've got 44 minutes. Nah. Go ahead and just shut it down now. I've got plenty of time for the next drive shift. We're only like 400 miles away from Tacoma. All right, let's get ready for the exit. I'm gonna slow down before we get to the off-ramp because the off-ramp, who knows what it could be just a sheet of ice.
Take the exit, then slight right.
All right, so it looks good right here at the beginning, but then it looks pretty nasty.
Slight right, then you'll arrive at your destination. You have arrived.
I don't think these people are pulled forward as far as they're supposed to, making it a lot more difficult to get into these spots than it should be. Just a second here, bear with me. Trying to squeeze in past CR England, in between CR England and Swift. God, I'm concerned about CR England clipping me on the way out. But yeah, these people are not pulled far enough forward. It was really tight getting in here. Switch over to inspection, 33 degrees outside. And my spray bottle, I want to go fill it up right now or later. I think I might go fill it up right now. My spray bottle I used to clean the window is almost empty. I don't even have enough to clean the window, so yeah, I need to go fill it up now. I'm gonna wait until I finish logging my post-trip inspection though, because I don't want to forget like I did on the last drive shift. I sat here for like 20-25 minutes or something on duty. Forgot to switch to sleeper. And now I'm running 20 minutes behind schedule because of that.
You have 0 hours and 40 minutes of remaining drive time.
All right, so that's pretty much the end of the video. Anything I want to say in closing? This is an awesome little rest area. Very scenic. I finally got to see some snow. I'm happy about that. Hopefully I don't see any more on the roads. Doubt that's going to happen. But yeah, I hope the rest of the drive is uneventful. And hopefully you enjoyed the daytime driving footage that had a little bit of snow on it. I didn't get any driving footage of the Evanston, Wyoming little whiteout that I drove through. But hopefully this was good enough. But I'll get this uploaded as soon as I can. Hopefully I got good cellular reception here to upload this. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do another driving video on this trip. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Have a good weekend. Bye.